Okay, here's just a bit of an audio test. Make sure everything's coming through. Hey there, Devious. Glad to catch ya. I hope I didn't miss you by too much. Glad to have you back. And get the game sound going, and then I'll give you a shout out, and then we can all do the pre-stream stuff together. How are you doing today, Devious? And also, well, hold on. Alright, I believe the ads should be over, so let's try that again. Thankfully, where people can hear me this time. So, greetings, everybody, and thank you so much for stopping back by, Devious. Good to see ya. Glad you're here. How are you doing? Health and spirits in good shape? Hope so. If you guys don't know Devious Grace, please check them out. They do variety content, kind of like I do, but their focus is more on horror, whereas mine is focused more on action RPGs. I think that's the most distinct way I could say it, is I'm not really a horror games person, but I am an action RPG person. No problem, Devious, no problem. Guys, please let me know if, let's try that without filler. If you guys suspect that you can't hear me or, there's something wrong with the audio, please speak up. Otherwise, I don't know to fix it. I did do a sound check, so I know my mic's coming in, I hope, but I'm so delusional and perhaps paranoid about this stuff now that I really don't trust my own hearing when it comes to audio stuff. Un momento, per favore. Italian speech for my French game stream? Who would have thunk? Sound good? Thank you. I appreciate that. It's nice to have a good set of ears to tell me my audio is working appropriately. The game doesn't really currently have much, like, ambient music. There's a little bit of an ambient noise, but it's mostly just the flickering of flame and things. So as long as the game audio is coming through, I'm an even happier camper. And if not, I will soon fix it. But I'm pretty sure people can hear the clicking of gears and the flickering of flame and all that other fun stuff. Thank you again for being my ears on that. Well, time for the actual video or the stream to start. Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp, and welcome back to another episode of Steelrising, or should I say chair leaning, which is what I did just now. Nah, it's Steelrising. How are we all doing today if you hadn't spoken up already? I'm doing alright in both health and in spirit. I had food. I'm dressed. I have a new tie knot, which I will take just a second to show off. I might even be able to use the zoom function on this. We're gonna lose game sound for just a second. We'll be right over here. And all I want to do is just wink that out for a second. I may even be able to do like an advanced... I might be able to do an advanced mask. I have to be careful with this, because other scenes depend on this camera being in good shape. Let me just zoom this in a second. Well, one of the neat things I can do with OBS, by the way, is just zoom in on things and change where the center is. And then I can recenter this and turn it off if necessary. Okay. Just gonna get a little bit closer to the camera. There we go. I just wanted to show that off. That was a, this is a Murray knot, or not Murray, Morel knot. What's unique about it is that the narrow end of the tie is actually outward along with the wide end of the tie. So it's a really layered look for a tie. It's not the only knot in the world that does layering like that, but it is the only one I currently know how to tie. One moment. I seem to have gotten my cords quite stuck here. I'm sure this isn't anyone's first time watching someone untangle their gaming wires. Hopefully everybody's doing well. In case I hadn't said it, I believe I said it already, but it's worth saying again. Everyone's physical and mental well-being is just important. It's important. Let me just scroll down. Interesting. So it cuts off a little bit of the bottom message when I'm looking at this. I'm using a combined chat dock, so it doesn't always, okay, that's why. There's an option hiding it. Makes sense. Okay. Fixed. Anyway. Recap time. So. Last time on Steelrising, we finally wrapped up all our business with the remaining quests. We set Nicholas Flamel's soul free, and we destroyed the Philosopher's Stone that was attached to a holy relic that was kept at the convent. And there was like a whole big deal and everything. Bishop de la Far has decided to apparently apostle himself in light of what he saw. Meanwhile, Gregoire took a more nuanced, I'm very much a man who only departs into the realm of the spirit at specific times. There's kind of just no way I'm not getting blocked by this thing, huh? Okay, I'm just gonna put this where I can kind of look at the camera then. Forgive me. Working with audio equipment isn't the easiest in the world, it seems. What else? We then made it to Montmartre Quarry. I know this was said, and I just didn't review the pronunciation. And we were to find a man named John Paul Marat. And, a certain Leclue. That was the person we needed to find. We found one of the two people, Marat, who got a little bit too saucy with Aegis for my liking, but that's fine, I guess. And then he was like, hey, yeah, Lafayette has done some terrible things. He's secretly a tyrant in disguise. Oh, and we need to go... I set this place up so you wouldn't be able to progress. Here, let me fix that for you. That's essentially what that quest was. Now, I'm going to get political for a second. For just a moment. And not political as in I'm taking sides. Even though I would very much like for you to take a side. If you are a U.S. citizen and you have not early voted for the national election, please go out and find a place with same day registration. Vote. Our fate depends on whether or not you vote. Let me put it that way. And don't you want to have a say in the country's future? Vote. It's important. Take off from work. Call in sick. Do what you gotta do to vote. Although I'm hoping if you're someone like me, who kind of has their own custom-made schedule, you would have early voted. I didn't get that chance. I was too busy dealing with Helene, and many people in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida were all dealing with Helene. So the governments very much have a process for this year as a result of that. But if you know that you're not going to be able to make it on voting day, make sure you sign up to vote early next time. Assuming we have it next time, which is why I'm urging you to go vote tomorrow on November 5th. Because that determines whether we have a democracy or a dictatorship. Determines that right then and there. And within 2 business days, we'll know who wins. No matter what the predictions say, we'll know by November 7th at the latest. So, enough of me being political. We got our marching orders. But unfortunately, along with our marching orders, we got new orders to go back and fix some of these loose ends. Now, a lot of these loose ends, we still don't really have... We don't really have easy means to get back. It's weird, but we do have lots of shortcuts. So we're gonna take a carriage token and we're gonna go confront Lafayette like right then and there. Like, we need to go back and talk to him as soon as possible. We also need to search Place Dauphine for a different quest. And we should do that now because I know from my reading the Bastille or the Bastille is the point of no return. French people and their printing presses, am I right? No, I'm kidding. The printing press is a critically important invention in European and American history. Not that we had anything to do with the printing press, mind you, but we're the one... I would like to think America is one of the places that made really effective use of the printing press. Let me just tilt this a little. Yeah, we made really effective use of printing presses to circulate around various bits of news. Now, for good or ill, I can't really say. I'd have to go back and look at the case-by-case examples, because I don't remember that much of my history. I was a fallen STEM major. I am a fallen STEM major. I didn't focus that much on history. I focused a lot more on, well, the process behind things. The science, if you will, which is really what science is when you think about it. Except it's not. I could break up science into the lame answer and the much better, less lame answer. There are t-shirts that say science is just doing stuff and writing about it. That's not really it. It's not just doing something and writing about it. Anybody can do that. It's asking a question, doing something to answer the question, taking measurements for that question, for what you did, and then checking back and see if you answered the question. Like, if you're thinking about it in generic terms, that's how best you think about it. And the obvious difference in that interpretation is, like, no, I don't want to use a carriage token. We're good here. Let's search the Dauphine. French language is neat to hear, but really hard to say. I can tell you what. Oh, by the way, even though it doesn't look like it in the chat, I promise, we're multi-streaming. Hey, Twitch, you guys want to say hi to YouTube? You don't have to, but if I do want to make you guys aware that we are multi-streaming. And so Twitch or YouTube, you guys should be able to see each other. We're just gonna... And what I want to... Nice. They should detonate. Yeah, come on. No, I don't want to do that. Thank you, but no. Just want to get to Place Dauphine. Oh, Italian language is like that too, and I did, you know, practice some of it using Duolingo and other apps. They're very melodic languages. One is, oh, it's got a lot of nuance, and it's not so much that it's melodic, but it has a large set of rules, because you've got the French half of French, and you've got the Latin half of French. But Italian is more like, well, there is some Latin to be sure, but its language structure is more syllabic. Japanese language is like a common Eastern equivalent, where the Japanese language normally has like 2 or 3 letter syllables, and you just mix and match them together to figure out what you're saying. Of course, with Japanese, you also need to figure out what you mean, not just what you're saying, but the process is the same. Japanese is also it can be very melodic. It just has a different cadence than Italian does. And I hope people are brushing up on their language of choice if they're in the US, is what I'm gonna say right now. Doing my best not to get political no matter how badly I want to, because that's just the type of person I am. I really don't mind getting political, but I'm not just gonna do cheap reaction content that's super stupid. I'm being shot at? No, we're good. Never mind. Okay. You're still retaining aggro over there, buddy. Alright. You could just go back and man your post, you know. You don't have to shoot at me. You're not gonna get anything by doing it. come on then. Nice. In Steelrising, there are a lot of recycled enemies. Like, what you've seen, I would say, once you've gotten past the city, which is what this place is here, you've really seen just about everything. It's only a matter of, like, whatever the late game has. But these guys are a dime a dozen. You see them in the beginning area of the game. In fact, these Lancers here function as a boss. A mini-boss the first time. These spiders are the thing that you see in the city. These things buff up other units, make them more resistant, heal them slightly. And if you see a spider, pun not intended, you should kill it in this game. For those that don't know, Steelrising was made by a company and published by a different company. It was developed by Spiders, that's the name of the company. It's a French game development company, hence the subject matter and references to the game. And it was published by Nacon, which was the parent company. Both of these are French game development companies, basically. And Spiders has a unique game engine called the Silk engine. You're starting to get a sense of what this developer likes to do. So you could probably bet your bottom dollar there are spiders in most of their games, and it makes sense. At least I think so, on like a slightly thematic level. Okay, let me through the window. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm not sure what got us stuck in the basket, but...
Yellow cartridges. The conspirator's secret sign. There was most certainly a conspiracy. There's no doubt about that. I should keep looking around Place Dauphine.
I agree. That's still locked. Over here. A list of men and volunteers who have enlisted in the National Guard. Colonel Armand, the most senior officers on the first line. Okay, you're gonna... we need to keep going throughout the entirety of the place. Got it.
Not even the commanding officer was spared. Lafayette didn't hand over his army to the king. This must certainly be Colonel Armand. I should keep looking around Place Dauphine.
Okay, that's one. Yeah, there's a lot of bodies, including a lot of, like, local enlistment recruits. And then for those who don't know, General Marquis de Lafayette was a military general who was known for training us American folks to defeat the British monarchy. He helped train us to outwit their army and gave us pretty good... There was a different guy who taught us hit-and-run tactics, but he helped us with logistical planning and everything. So us Americans owe a lot to Gilbert Lafayette. Gilbert would be his first name. And the American way, the English way of saying it. Okay, let me find the other thing we're looking for. So, from what I've read on the subreddits for this game, many people choose the Lafayette ending, but the canonical one is definitely the Robespierre ending, because that was the man who led the Jacobites, and who not from a military standpoint, but he had a very tactical mind. he really understood what made the French people at the time tick. And he was the one who ushered in the first French Republic. I have a good philosophy about games like this, or I should say a philosophy I'm definitely taking with me throughout my streaming career, and that is, you should not learn your history from video games at all. Assassin's Creed is a pretty good example of this. It's not that the stuff in there isn't accurate, it's that it's been embellished. And sometimes, in this game's case, wildly, like, reimagined to make the game work. So if you guys want to learn more about the French Revolution or any piece of history, if I ever do Assassin's Creed, I would do the same thing. I would, actually look up the stuff and put it into Firebot and do all that. First, at any time, if you guys want to see any commands, I'm going to type this out here. You guys can see a list of all the commands I use for Firebot at any time by typing in Firebot commands, all one word, all lowercase. You can also join my Discord, where you can see those commands at any time at your own leisure, not just when I'm streaming. But if you guys ever want to know or access any information, I have that covered for you. I'm still working on the YouTube side of the equation because I need to use Nightbot for that. And the information isn't going to be as good. But if you guys want to know anything specific about the French Revolution, you can type in ! French Revolution into the chat, which I will do so now. And I have links. Obviously, Wikipedia is not a perfect knowledge source, and you should always double check it. But it's a good place to get a summary, and it's also a good place if you want to see the sources for yourself. But it's a pretty condensed timeline that describes what happens in the French Revolution, and I have a ton more commands related to it. Again, the best place for you guys to see this is on my Discord, but typing in ! Firebot commands will get you the rest of the way. Speaking of, if you want to join my Discord, and this one I do have a YouTube link for, so un momento per favore. And the Nightbot will just have to take a second and catch up. But it will do that. But we have a pretty quiet community in the Discord, and you guys get access to lots of information. If you are a subscriber on Twitch, or you're a patron, or you're a coffee member, well then I also have extra perks for you in there. You just gotta let me know what subscriber tier you're at, or hey, I've donated to you on Patreon or so forth continuously, and I'd be more than glad to grant your privileges for the month. That's kind of how I have everything set up. Unfortunately, I need to go back and continue searching the Place Dauphine. We're not done here yet. Is there another building I'm forgetting? Might be. We jumped in from over there. So the only other places that it could be are like maybe up there. At the end of the day, I work really, really hard to make sure that I reflect the principles that I rely on when I'm streaming and entertaining like this, which is, I don't want you guys learning your history from a video game. I don't want you guys getting your information from the game and assuming that it's real. It's not, or it's an exaggeration, or it's been altered in some way to fit the game that's being played. You guys should learn the real thing, the nitty-gritty. This game presents Mirabeau as like a shell of the man he actually is, the traitor that he actually is, the absolute deject scumbag that he is. And Cagliostro was a footnote in history, but yet he's the major bad guy here. Anyone playing this game would probably know not to take this too seriously, but there would definitely be some people that would be like, oh, well, how bad could Mirabeau be? Or did Cagliostro really do the things that we're seeing in this game? Did he really have the mindsets that were depicted in all the notes in the game? No. No. Or at least not to the same degree, same style. Where is this second spot? I could have sworn it's not like over here. I'm looking for an item that's glimmering on the ground. I need to pay really close attention. Because the first one was here with this pile of bodies. So like, there's not some spot that we can... There's not a spot in a building. It would be in the actual square itself. Huh, I'm really confused. I might have to look it up, chat. Or it can be in a chest that only now unlocks.
Headquarters at the Pont au Change. By all appearances, it's not official. Most likely an underground hiding place that can be entered from the riverbank. I'll try to track down Capitaine Lefebvre. If he and his men withdrew to the Société des Amis des Noirs, he must have gone towards the Châtelet. It would have been a desperate move for certain. I doubt any of them survived the retreat.
From Captain Lefebvre, posted at the headquarters at the Pont au Change. Situation compromised by the automatic attack near the Châtelet. As expected, we shall fall back to the Société des Amis des Noirs. This was written in shorthand as a dispatch. All right. So now we can go back up through here and find our way at least toward the entrance. And we'll need to find the headquarters to find the captain, that's for sure. So for those of you that are maybe unfamiliar with Steelrising, the city is where you would go to find Bishop Nancy de la Fare and Abbé Gregoire, and a certain Julien Raymond, because I will not let people forget about one of the potential co-founders or helmsman of the efforts for the Haitian Republic. That man wrote what is essentially a manifesto that really got that whole, the revolution process started. And he's little more than a footnote here, because in the French Revolution, he was also more or less a footnote. He was more tangled up in the process of dealing with the rights of colored people as it related to the colonies of France at the time, and that item is gone. So he is extremely important, and I do want to make sure I underscore just how important he actually is. Because if I don't, people will just go on not paying attention to Julian Raymond, and I think that's a travesty, a complete mistake. Can you tell that I'm someone, even though I'm a even though history was not important to me personally, or like, and studying it wasn't that important to me, it is important, and I do think that it's important. I sure hope I have that come across. There are definitely times where we need to say F the history, otherwise we're gonna be stuck clinging to the past. And there are times where no, it's influencing everything that's happened up to this point, and if you don't pay attention to it, you will either repeat history, which is what naturally happens, by the way, or, you know, you make a profoundly terrible decision that results in people dying, people losing their rights, which they may be at risk of repeating again here in the United States. Okay, don't want to be up here then. Okay, I have to go away and find some other way around. Maybe I'll find some way to go right. I need to take like 2 rights somehow. We end up back here. Nope. This is the wrong way entirely. So, where do you guys stand on human history? You see it as important? Important enough to study, understand? You're like, nah, man, I just need to live my own life. And the history will come up around me, and I'll find it later if I really need it. I know some friends that are like that. They got too much on their own plate to worry about. How current world events are being shaped by the past. And if they attempt to care about it, they will find themselves, I need to like... Oh, I thought for sure it could go up that way. No, going that way doesn't work either. How do I unlock this? Oh, I think I know what I have to do. I have to go around, like completely around. Yeah, that's exactly what I gotta do. I gotta go the long way around. Sucks. Sucks to suck, I guess. Let me see if I can do it without trudging into the sewers. And please note that I would never ask chat a question that I was not prepared to answer myself, which I'm hoping is what I've done, is that I've addressed the question, you know, is history important? Of course it is. Nothing gets done without human involvement, somehow, some way. Science doesn't happen without people needing to solve a problem. And when I say science doesn't happen, I mean people don't invent processes to make looking at problems easier if they don't if they don't have a problem they're motivated by. Pure logicians, that's all it would take. There wouldn't need to be a political impetus for the problem. There only needs to be human suffering. Okay, that I would very much prefer for them not to explode, which is what these guys with the batteries attached to their backs are doing. They explode. I'm gonna ask Chad an honest question. You guys don't have to answer. And I do need to mind the music, because I know someone just, aggroed. Regarding entertainers like myself in politics, what do you guys think? Keep our heads out of the politics? Or no, talk about it? Because we need to know where you sit. Again, don't feel inclined to answer that if it's an uncomfortable question, but I know for me personally, I think there are times where you can safely drop in the politics. It doesn't need to bake in everything you're doing. But if there are, like, important world issues going on, and they just happen to be of a geopolitical nature, I'm not going to curmudgeon you for saying, oh, I really want to speak my mind on this. It's important. I would expect a Palestinian to speak on the Israel-Gaza conflict. I would expect a Russian who has traveled to the U.S. and has managed to escape what's going on in Russia to talk about the Russia-Ukraine war. I would expect an Ethiopian who's recently come here or has found their way to social media to talk about the Ethiopian-Tigrayan civil war. I would totally expect that, and it would be unreasonable to ask them not to talk about it. And in fact, I would almost prefer if they did talk about it at least at some point, because it tells me they didn't just shut off their brain or their perception of reality. They know where they are. I prefer knowing that they're human. You see what I'm saying? And they're not focused on shilling a product or a service. That's a human behind the screen. At least that's what I think. I guess you could say I sit somewhere in the middle. There are times where that's completely unnecessary, even if you are in that situation. And there are times where, well, the situation just warrants talking about. Sorry. They're gonna talk about it. Even with the U.S. election, I think the same way. I think it is profound enough that you're just going to have people, I need to pay attention. You're just gonna have people talking about it. It's that important. We're living history right now. We live it every second. It's important it's talked about. But it has to be done it has to be talked about smartly. And not just looking for excuses to name drop it. You know what I'm saying? In other words, there's some balance. There's some give and take and all that. So, we have finally made it to what would probably be the sewer system, which is exactly what I expected. And we need to find Captain Lefebvre. Hope I'm getting that name correct. Maybe Aegis will do me the good service of speaking it one more time. Nice. Just keep them frozen like this. If you're gonna play Steelrising for yourselves, please do yourself a favor and invest in the frost gun you get near the beginning of the game. This thing is an awesome weapon to have. It just takes big guys and freezes them like no one's business. You just need to make sure you've got a backup, or you're gonna have problems. Oh, nice. Caught the guys with the cages. Okay, now are these one and the same? Or aren't they? I guess we're gonna find out, huh? I don't know what I was doing there. Oh, was that that was an aerial gunshot. That's what that was. I was like, what the heck was I doing? But I guess you can have, you can shoot in the air. Something I don't mess with nearly enough, as you can see, or I would have known about it. Okay, can I claw this, or am I gonna have to? No, I can claw it. That's real nice. I'll have to dash into that other one, I think. But we could do that. Whenever you see one of these tied up bags, you definitely should make sure you dash or slash them open so you get the contents. Sometimes there's hard anima in there, i.e. anima that you can anima items that you can use to give yourself a specified amount of anima. Hard souls is the generic term for that. If you pop a hard soul item, you're getting the game's currency as an item. That's what a hard version of it means. Sometimes you get oil vials, and other times you get other neat items. I'm pretty sure there's no turning back. Nice job. Yeah, so the enemy's very much... Hello. Wasn't expecting that. Enemies love to just attack with reckless abandon in this game. And so, you can often get them to start hitting themselves or hitting each other. Often. Real often. I'm thinking... Alright, so we don't need to head that way at all. Let's go that way. Even if we don't need to head that way, I want items. I want things I can sell for anima for late game. Which I know I'm gonna desperately need. Because I hear the final boss is not a joke. Or this place can just be a shortcut. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it, game. Nice shortcut. Thanks for all the hype in chat with the
This
emotes and
gate
stuff.
has a lock that requires some combination of 4 letters. I should follow Capitaine Lefebvre's footsteps. He and his men withdrew to the Société des Amis de Noir. They must have gone towards the Châtelet. I doubt they survived their retreat.
Oh, are you saying... Aw, this basically says I should have done it in the other order. Oops. Oh well. That's fine, I guess. Could be worse. So we need to go back up to the surface now. Let's use this vessel so we're not taking bogeys with us. Now let's go into the Châtelet. Come on, explode. When these guys get to half health or less, they'll do a self-destruct. And so, I find it incredibly valuable to not attack them past a certain point. Alright. Come on, explode for me. Although this time I wasn't ready for it for some reason. Okay, we could just hook in here. We'll find the Châtelet clerk's office. Or not. Okay. No such luck. Do we need to go past it, perhaps? It looks like we have to go past it. Yeah, okay, that's exactly what's happening. Got it. I can pick up what you're putting down, game. I may be older, but I'm still quite spry. Whenever the game would like to not do this.
The poor souls. They died just steps from their goal. York. What does that mean?
From Major Marquis to Captain Lefebvre, you are ordered to do everything in your power to stop the advance of enemy troops at the Châtelet. If necessary, sabotage the system that opens the doors. York. Yog? Nah, people won't get that reference. Let's just say I watch a certain content creator and leave it at that, eh? Nice. I'm hoping that we find a way back to... Can I get up here? No, I can't. Alright, let's not test our luck. Back through here. Hopefully we can get to the bottom of this, like, before. I don't know why I went through here, but we'll get the item that's here. For materials, I don't even care about. We're gonna go through here. We know the combination now.
Y-O-R-K. Good. The lock opened. The headquarters. This place must be studied carefully. This document bears the signature of the Marquis de Lafayette, so the rumors were true. The Garde Nationale wasn't formed spontaneously. All of this was carefully orchestrated. It is high time the Marquis de Lafayette explained himself.
We'll read this manifesto when it's not scrolling. Hold on. Need to find it. Manifesto Henry V. Okay. The signatories of this document swear to work to bring about the deposition of King Louis XVI of his name in favor of his eldest son, the Dauphin Louis Joseph. They vow to pursue this aim at any cost and to sacrifice their lives if the situation demands it. They agree, in accordance with their position and rank, to uphold and observe the following strategic measures. I, at the first blood shed by the king, the veterans of the Saint-Onge regiment stationed at the Hotel des Invalides will form a national guard and will publicly free themselves from royal control. Care shall be taken to stage this mutiny publicly in order to earn the enthusiasm of any people, civilians and soldiers, or soldiers who might witness it. 2. These newly constituted troops will go to the barracks throughout Paris to call for the assistance of other units. 3. Civilian agents will enter markets where there are large numbers of people and call for volunteers. They will have pamphlets, posters, and banners they can use to convince the patriots. 4. Soldiers and volunteers will gather in Place Dauphine, where a recruitment office will be established. The conspirators will insist on the name of Lafayette and will claim him as their leader. Everyone will need to be convinced that the Marquis is the right man to lead. Anyone who challenges this may be intimidated. When the troops are ready for battle, the Marquis de Lafayette will come to lead them. Will come to lead them. This is followed by about 20 signatures. The Marquis de Lafayette's signature is on the first line. So we have found the thing that will prove his comeuppance. Poor Gilbert. Have lower aspirations next time, Gilbert. An arrest order. To all officers, I insist yet again on the necessity of putting a stop to the actions of citizen Marat, who continues to evade justice. No matter how successful our military actions are, we will be unable to restore public peace as long as this troublemaker remains free to sow the seeds of discord. Therefore, during our operations, be very careful that the person concerned does not take advantage of the chaos to slip through our fingers. Take him alive if possible, but use all means necessary if he refuses to cooperate. Viva Lafayette. Deboev, second in command. I'm not even sure how to say that. I know Debo, but I don't know what. The VE is giving me some trouble. The text of an oath. We, the officers, soldiers, and veterans of the Saint-Onge Regiment, liberators of the American people, swear allegiance to General de Lafayette, the only man in this kingdom who is capable of restoring peace. We hereby vow to follow him at all costs, and to ensure that his military and political endeavors prevail by any means necessary. Viva Lafayette. That's tripping me up a little bit. Viva Lafayette. Viva Lafayette, or Viva, yeah, Viva Lafayette. Good lord, that's harder to say than I think it is. And to think, we had so much respect for Lafayette, too. He seemed like he had such a level head on his shoulders, and then he just didn't. It turns out that his level head was there for a reason. And that reason was to definitely be the loyalist scumbag that he might be. We're gonna get out of the sewers, and then we're going to take a break. Because I want to get into the horseless carriage. Actually, I don't know why we're doing this. We can use a carriage token. Okay, now that we got the carriage token used and out of the way, it is break time. I have shilled the Discord already. The only thing I'm going to do before we leave for the about 5 minutes or so is to say if you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so, maybe you've come from Blue Sky, where I just put a post out about today's stream. If you've come from there, you definitely haven't done so yet. Please consider following on Twitter or Twitch, or subscribing on YouTube, no matter which one you've chosen. If you want to continue to see this content, I pretty much stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, guaranteed, unless something happens to me or it changed the schedule. At 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I usually stream Saturdays and Sundays as well. Generally, every second Saturday of the month is one I don't stream. It's basically about every other Saturday, as at least during one of those Saturdays, I'm out with friends, being a real human being and not glued to my screen all the time. And there are other cases where I generally don't stream either. Thankfully tomorrow's Tuesday, and I don't stream anyway, so I might go vote tomorrow. I probably will go vote, assuming it doesn't take all day. Anyway, I've gabbed at you too long. But if you guys want to see this content, please follow or subscribe to make sure you're here. Please share this stream with your friends. Any socials, I appreciate all that good stuff. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna be away from my desk. I will be back in about 5 minutes. And in the meantime, for those on Twitch, I do run 90 seconds of ads. So if you want to get up and stretch, the ad break would be the time to do it. Or to do it safely. And thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it, and I look forward to bringing you guys more of this game. And with that, I will be back soon. I am back. Maybe even just a little bit early. Yeah, I'm back right about on time. Hopefully everybody got a chance to stretch during the commercial break. I don't like running those, but I have to do something to moderate the viewer experience here on Twitch. For those of you on YouTube, well, I don't know what your experience is like. I'll have to check out a live stream sometime and see if there's any kind of ads run for members versus non-members. If it's about the same, then you guys will get it. If not, okay, well, I guess that happened. I guess you guys sit through abject silence, and I'm sorry. And it'll probably be the same way on Trovo too once I get that up and running. Assuming I do not have to pack my bags. Again, I will refrain from getting political, but anyone who anyone listening in might be able to guess what I'm thinking. We need to go back to Luxembourg, and we need to confront Gilbert there and get him to pony up to the truth. Thank you for the emotes in chat, Devious. Frog bounce and frog flip. Cap time? I guess it could be cap time. Sure. Let me go grab it. Thanks for demonstrating that, by the way. For those who are unaware, I do have channel point redemptions. You get channel points every 5 minutes. I also have a second currency called overtones that are used specifically for Firebot audio redemptions. That's a Twitch special, though. I have to do it like this. Sure, this is on nice and tight. And then this is on top, just like that. Okay. 8:14, because that happened only slightly after the emotes. So at 8:19, I will take off the hat. Is that how long we have it for? But yes, I have point redemptions. Those are on. You can even power up some of them with bits. I'm not gonna ask you guys to throw pennies onto actually, what are these called? They're power-ups. Yeah, they're power-ups. And they're 3 really generic things you can do anyway without bits. What a rip. What a waste. But as for the rest of the redemptions, anything in pink has an audio alert associated with it. Anything that doesn't might be a slightly more important redemption, except for orange. If you guys see the highlight my message under the channel point redemptions, that is orange. I just don't have anything associated with it. That happens to be one of the OG de facto channel point rewards that anybody on Twitch can have when they get channel points. Should be anyone who's an affiliate. Please feel free to spend channel points to find out what they do and what they sound like. Like I said, anything in pink has an audio clip attached to it. Alright, Lafayette. Show yourself. Render. I'm gonna hate this next part.
Monsieur le Marquis.
I'm listening, Aegis.
I need you to know that I know.
Monsieur le Marquis, there is a most unfortunate rumor about you going round.
Oh, just one, is that?
You are accused of having delivered the troops who had gathered in the Place Dauphine over to the king.
Calumny. This is nothing less than vile slander.
Save your breath, General. The rumor is true. I can prove it. There's no point in trying to defend yourself. I know that you raised the National Guard for the sole purpose of taking command of it. There was nothing spontaneous about the uprising.
Do you have any evidence to support your accusations?
I do. I have the manifesto.
Bon sang.
Why resort to this manipulation?
You must understand what I have done. I did for the good of the kingdom. I wanted to stop this massacre while protecting the Queen and the Dauphin. In the name of the people, Aegis. But an actual uprising of the people would have inevitably led to disaster. Only professional soldiers could organize and lead the resistance.
Who were your accomplices?
My brothers in arms, the brave men of the Régiment de Saintonge, veterans of the American War, men who at the Battle of Yorktown brought an empire to its knees. Alas, we gravely underestimated the enemy's forces. We thought we would face an infantry supported by a handful of machines, but an entire army of automats. It was unthinkable.
Some accuse you of harboring a lust for power. The circumstances were to your advantage.
These aspersions are all too familiar to me. But tell me, if I wanted the crown for myself, why did I not take it when I returned from America? When I had seasoned troops at my command, and the people sang my praises with one voice? No. That makes no sense. Though I readily admit that I do believe I am worthy of fulfilling an important role for the Queen, after her son is crowned. Lieutenant General of the Kingdom, for example. Or even, if circumstance requires, the Regent. Voila. Now you know everything. I haven't left anything out. However, this truth, if it were made public, would play right into my enemy's hands. So I ask you not to reveal anything I've just told you, and to give me the manifesto.
Refuse.
No, General. You'll forgive me for choosing to hold on to it.
In that case, my fate remains in your hands. Can you at least tell me where my detractor is hiding? The one who is spreading these charming rumors about me.
I cannot tell you anything, General.
Oh, no matter. I will not let this serpent continue to vilify me. I shall get redress for these aspersions in the end.
Do as you wish, General de Lafayette. Goodbye, Monsieur le Marquis.
Oh! Oh! Also, hack him off now. Would toss it, but I don't feel comfortable doing so. So it gets to go over there. Okay. Oh. So, Lafayette, how does it feel to have your machinations cast aside? So, can I talk to Maximilian right now? I don't think I can.
Have you found Monsieur Marat?
Yes, you were right. He is hiding in the quarries of Montmartre.
Did he show you the way to the Bastille?
No, but he told me about the tunnels that will take me to the Temple. From there, I can fight my way to the Bastille.
The man is trustworthy, as long as he does not count you among his enemies. You should leave us, and take up his advice immediately.
As for the lanterns...
Did Monsieur de Laclos tell you the secret of his explosive cannonball?
No, we didn't talk about it.
That's a pity. Without his help, our strategy is doomed to failure. Let's see. I know he's close to Monsieur Marat, the patriotic journalist. He's currently in hiding in the quarries of Montmartre. But please do not breathe a word of this to the Marquis de Lafayette. Those two are at daggers drawn. It would certainly end in a bloodbath.
Goodbye, Monsieur de Robespierre.
Goodness. Oh, I didn't think to find you here. What a nice backside you've got, John Paul.
Madame,
I'm surprised to find you here. Did you follow me?
didn't you know? The Duke's allies are always impeccably informed. Some even say that we have eyes and ears everywhere.
What do you want from me?
To tell you the truth, I can't wait to hear what you've discovered about the matter at hand. And I was afraid you might leave me in the lurch. You can never be too cautious these days. That's why I decided it would be better for me to come to you.
You were right. Lafayette was behind this purportedly popular uprising.
Aha! I've got him at last.
But he had no intention of handing his men over to the king. His goal was to raise an army and command the troops himself.
It doesn't matter. These troops would have allowed him to crush the Patriots and set himself up as a dictator. He lied to the people. He lied to the Assemblée Nationale. His time has come. All I need is for you to give me the proof of his treason.
Here. The details about the operation are written in this manifesto.
Madame, I didn't expect so much. The end of Mortier de Lafayette. The executioner has signed his own death warrant. I will now share these revelations with the people's representatives. Long live the Assemblée Nationale.
Marat, ça par exemple. You're certainly a bold one.
Monsieur, I have come to pay my respects.
Mon pauvre ami, you must be out of your mind to come and defy those you so cruelly maligned.
Maligned, you say? This remains to be seen, Monsieur de Mirabeau. I have here a document that its author has amusingly entitled Le Manifeste Henri V. It appears that the name Louis has fallen from fashion these days.
Quiet, scoundrel, or I'll make you swallow your tongue!
Come now, you wouldn't dare, my dear Mortier.
I can feel my wits evaporating in your mere presence.
In these pages, you will learn of the vast plot devised by the Marquis de Lafayette and his sinister conspirators. You will discover how our national hero
I'll reply to that in a minute.
orchestrated the so-called popular uprising that gave rise to the National Guard. Bon sang, Monsieur le Marquis. You will also learn that he has proclaimed himself General-in-Chief in the hope of making himself king in turn, and that it is his lust for power to which the patriots who fell in Place Dauphine owe their tragic fate.
C'est incroyable.
You must believe it, cher monsieur, because to add insult to injury, this tomfool was daft enough to sign his missive.
Par tous les saints. If what Marat says is true, this is treachery of the basest sort. Well, Monsieur le Marquis, do you deny it?
No, I don't. The loathsome Marat speaks the truth. I wanted to create an army that would be able to rid our kingdom of our anointed executioner, just as we freed America from England's choking grasp. I only kept it secret to avoid causing more chaos. Can you understand?
You defied the people, Lafayette. This is enough to condemn you.
So be it. You won't hear from me anymore. I leave the fate of the nation in the hands of the speechifiers and demagogues. I encourage you to say your prayers, gentlemen, for our end is near. As for you, rat, go back to the cesspit from whence you came. You should never have come out.
I will gladly follow that order, General. Such is my pleasure that it will be your last.
Yes! Old fogies talking, everybody. The motion picture. I bit my own tongue. The motion picture. The film capture. The picture sequel. We have unmade a man when he so desperately displayed his cupidity, his lust for power, his reckless endangerment of lives. I don't think he actually sent them there to die. That's not what Lafayette was doing. Lafayette had them wait in that area for a different reason. But nonetheless, they died. Reckless endangerment. Reckless handling. Now, here's the kicker. Are we gonna see Lafayette in this room, or... No, not at all. This is no, Lafayette is still here. Hot. Now, are we gonna see some fireworks, or what? And hello, Mirabeau.
Monsieur de Mirabeau. What does this letter mean?
Who gave you the right to read my correspondence?
I'm curious about how you got rid of Italia. As if it burned your fingers.
To tell you the truth, you're not entirely wrong. It is a missive sent by my father, the Marquis de Mirabeau. the scoundrel who shamelessly dares to call himself the friend of man. He writes to say that he is on the brink of death, in such a desperate state that he has received extreme unction. This reprobate used his final moments on this mortal plane to send me threats yet again. He swears that he will torment me from beyond the grave.
How is that possible?
To my knowledge, he has not yet deigned to shuffle off this mortal coil. In any case, the satisfaction of knowing he is dead would not assuage my concern. This man is more persistent than the plague. He is capable of anything. He has spent his entire life persecuting his family, and I believe he is ready to spend his eternal rest continuing to do the same. I need to know what he's planning.
Where is he now?
At his home in Argenteuil. Given the circumstances, going to ask him for an explanation is out of the question. But the man who heard his final confession is here.
Monseigneur de la Fare.
Precisely. Only this confounded shaveling refuses to tell me a word of what the old dragon confided to him. He stubbornly insists on the secrecy of confession. Bon sang. Will we ever be rid of these damned superstitions? Aegis, would you be so kind as to intercede with the bishop? Perhaps you will be able to make him change his mind.
Wow, things are getting intense here in the convent. First we exposed Lafayette for his conspiracies, and then we need to go talk to yet another old fogey to get him to spill his secrets, because apparently not allowing a man to leave the confines of his family is less important than maintaining the sanctity of the dead. Now, Devious, thank you again for that redemption, but I definitely did feel my wits evaporating mildly as I was listening to Jean-Paul Marat speak his words, and as Lafayette threatened to cut out his tongue. I definitely felt that. Now, Aniv, bud, rise up, pay attention. Pay attention. Played Mystic Veil and Uno Wild. That has nothing to do with Steelrising. Don't worry about Aniv, guys. Aniv is a Markov chain algorithm AI chatbot that was trained off of the Super Metroid speedrunning community and has been for a long time. That's where it got its data set from. It can be it can be in 100 chats simultaneously, getting all that chat feedback, and it spits out random commentary from an interval ranging from about every 5 sentences in chat to about every 30 sentences. I have it set to an interval between 10 and 15, so it's often but not too often. Aniv keeps me company on lonely nights. Don't worry, if Aniv says something unkind or untoward, they are purged and timed out accordingly. But the chatbot is an amalgamation of everything that everyone is saying to it. So if people are being trolls to Aniv is going to troll back. If people are being rude to Aniv would say something rude back, blah, blah, blah. Or it could ignore all that and just say some random gobbledygook nonsense. Take your pick. But please don't be alarmed. The chatbot is not truly alive. It's not learning anything. It's just a data set with the ability to spit stuff back. Now, does everyone have things to say about what they just heard?
What can I do for you, Aegis?
Monseigneur, I would like to talk to you about your recent meeting with the Marquis de Mirabeau.
What has gotten into all of you? This has gone on long enough. I will say it one last time and pray that they will finally leave me alone. Nothing and no one will make me violate the secrecy of his confession. Have I made myself clear?
Perfectly clear, Monseigneur. Monseigneur.
What can I do for you, Aegis?
Goodbye, Monseigneur.
Allez en paix, Aegis.
What about you? You have anything to say?
Monsieur Raymond,
Go on, Aegis.
see you later, perhaps.
No such luck.
Monsieur de Mirabeau. Alas, the bishop stubbornly refused to reveal anything.
Damn it. I need to know what my rogue of a father is up to. Let me think. In light of the cartload of threats he sent me, it's safe to wager that my sister and mother received similar letters. They may even have already suffered his revenge. However, my sister lives in Grasse in the south of France. Unless a messenger rode 100 horses to death, she could not have received this letter. Then there is my poor mother.
If you ask me, I will go to find her.
Yes, it's very kind of you to offer. But I couldn't even tell you where she is staying.
Your own mother?
Indeed. It's a very embarrassing matter. A secret, which I beg you not to divulge.
I can be discreet. Rest assured.
Very well. You should know that my mother, the Countess of Covey, has lost everything. Truly. First her fortune, then her faculties. No matter what I tried, nothing could prevent her decline. It is said that she is now living on charity, in the most abject poverty in the slums of the Marais. If perchance your past takes you to this dreadful place, and if she still remembers who she is, perhaps you may meet her.
A family affair. Now, it's worth noting that we should probably read these, quests. Let's see. With the overwhelming evidence gathered in the secret headquarters. Yep. Marquis could not get away with it and preferred to keep the document. Not one to let himself be taken for granted, Monsieur Marat had gone to the convent with the hope of confronting the Marquis de Lafayette. Yep. Aegis handed him the manifesto, irrefutable proof of the Marquis's guilt. Marat immediately rushed into the chapel and revealed the plot to everyone. When his speech was over, he returned to the Montmartre hideaway, confident that he had forever spoiled the reputations and ambitions of his worst enemy. Oof. A very big oof. Let's see. I like that there are different words said instead of the actual transcript. Bound by the secrecy of the confession, Monsieur de Lafayette refused to speak of his meeting with the Marquis de Mirabeau. Informed of the bishop's refusal, Monsieur de Mirabeau asked Aegis to find his mother, the Countess of Covey, and near the Bastille and the temple where she lives in abject poverty. Now, what about you, Gilbert? What do you got to say for yourself?
Monsieur le Marquis.
I'm listening, Aegis.
Goodbye, Monsieur le Marquis.
I like that he's still here with men who now probably hate his guts. You're going to the hell. You're going to the hell. You're burning up right now. Okay, at the risk of not copying a YouTuber, I will stop. But I just wanted to get that out of my system. Now we need to go find Jean-Paul Marat and talk to him again. Because we need to know what his gleeful countenance will be like after we witnessed what we just saw with him speaking to everyone at the People's Republic. Treachery of the basest sort. Could have just said treachery. But that's how language was back then. And even now. When people are talking about betrayals in the basest sort, they really mean the lowest of the low. Like the most dastardly betrayals. Wish I could like push this way, that way. any which way. I guess I can't really talk to you guys and look at the game at the same exact time. I guess I'll do something like this and it'll have to do nicely. So, one other thing I've been doing in my spare time, I just did it again. I can't do that. One other thing I've been doing in my spare time is learning how to tie ties. There's a site called, is it ties.com? Might be. That has shown me how to tie some of the knots, but some of the more technical ones require that I go to a YouTuber to learn them. I recently found a different site that has like a couple more different knots to tie, and so I've been getting into that and trying to like learn how to tie the more technical knots or some of the simpler, weirder knots. What can I say? I like tying ties. I guess I'm a bit of a nerd about that. And you know what? Nobody in the working world would care. Not even people that curate ties would care about that. Go over and grab this real quick. I bet it might even be... No, it's actually capsules. Very well. We're gonna go back over to the quarry. We'll just do our best to get this over with quickly. Wait, is that a glimmery? No, but that is an item I can go get. And it was just frost grenades. You got it, game. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, with all the hype and chat and everything. Really do greatly appreciate it. I know this isn't a game that's always the most entertaining. And even Elden Ring, when I'm doing challenge runs of that stuff, I know it's not the most entertaining thing either. Because especially when I get into the I need to beat a boss and I need to focus on the game and not necessarily on you guys. Yeah, that kind of sucks. But I appreciate you guys sticking by me anyway. I hope to be a little bit more of a household fixture given the time. I should not have jumped there. No, now we can skip the whole major room with, you know, the labyrinthine passages. We can just go this way. And now instead of spending a whole episode getting back to this point, we don't have to do that. We just go over here, right around the corner, and Bob is your uncle. Look at that. We're back to the walkway. We're back to making progress. We're back to resolving other side quests. Isn't that just fantastic? Alright, Marat, talk to me.
Have you fixed the walkway?
I am working on it, Monsieur Marat.
That's the only way to reach the lower tunnels. The mechanism is on this level, near the walkway.
But I was told to talk to you. Is that not correct? That appears to not be correct. Hang on. No, I guess technically Glory and Dishonor is completed, so No, we didn't need to do that. We could have skipped out on that entirely. There's a chest here that we couldn't unlock earlier. That's still locked. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so our only way forward is fix the walkway now. We don't have much else to do.
Voila. That should have fixed the walkway.
Dun 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 dun. Okay, and now we're gonna go down. Secrets? Treasure? No? I didn't think so. That's fine. So now I'm back to not knowing anything again, and being real excited about what I'm gonna find next. Hopefully. Probably. Maybe. Or maybe I won't be surprised at all. I guess we'll have to see about that, huh? I will definitely not say no to alchemical capsules. Hello, Mademoiselle Snake. Page bearer. Glad you could join us out here in the, the flooded portion of the quarry. I know there's like a big one coming. Nice! Got clubbed in the face. That would probably actually kill a human being. Time to start blowing through them capsules. So for those that don't know our build, we're going for a high engineering and let me look at the statistics. Here we go. An elemental alchemy build. So of course, what you guys should know to expect this at this point. I'm a status build junkie. I love that type of stuff. If I can do it through the guise of casting magic, I will. But in a game like this, that's obviously all steampunk. I'll take it in whatever form I can get. If that means elemental bullets and guns that shoot sparks of lightning, then I'll do it. And oh boy, is the freezing status effect really good in this game. It's so good. It stuns everything. And even major bosses can fall prey to being frozen out of the game if I'm allowed to get away with it. Nice. Oh, he hit us both. Now, is this guy the flaming variant or the frost variant? The frost variant, okay. I'm the one that gets to ice people out, not you. Oh well. It happened. And hey, it happened to be the ensuing hilarity of enemies hitting themselves. Which is something I wish I could say happened with any regularity in Skyrim, but you don't. You don't get regularity on that. You have to confuse people, which means you need to be an illusion mage. And that means if your targets are Daedra or automatons, that ain't happening until late game. And you better have a different lineup of spells ready. And they had better be destruction spells, particularly fire spells, if you would like to get by in that game. Okay, mine that way. I'm not sure where I'm going quite yet. Looks like another instance of paths that branch and ultimately force me into a particular direction. Come on, Laclos.
The Duc d'Orléans' faithful retainer. He was to prepare the way for his takeover, and now he has become one of the king's most bloodthirsty automats. How ironic.
Take a look at that item. A Gorget. A Gorget. Worn by officers of the French army, this brass plate in the shape of a crescent moon protects the chest and neck from enemy bullets and saber blows. This particular piece is engraved with the great arms of France, a sign that its owner belonged or used to belong to His Majesty's troops. His desperate attempt to escape from the royal automats ended in the depths of the mines of the Montmartre. We also have the yellow cartridges, which we apparently didn't read. Despite the advances in weaponry brought about by the Great Mechanical Revolution, the soldiers of the National Guard were still equipped with ordinary rifles. Contrary to the custom of using white paper, these cartridges, which contain 1 bullet and 10 deniers of power, 10 deniers, were made with yellow paper. This is undoubtedly a sign of recognition between conspirators. The depths of the mine are that way, which if we look, we came in from here. That way is blocked off. We can only go that way. This way, excuse me. If I'm gonna use prepositions, let's at least use different ones. Heading off to the right basically meant we were forced to go left eventually. So I think, yes, we are back to being in a linear trajectory again. I am liking the environment so far. It's different than a city. I'll say that. It's different than a city. It's not just pretty French architecture all the time. And I do like when games change up the native environment. Of course, if the native environment is good, you definitely don't want to change for too long. You want to return to normalcy, albeit with some different textures and stuff, but in this case, the environment is just sometimes not optimized, so I truly do welcome the change in environs for a while. Although, as I've already outlined, we will eventually be returning to the French architecture in high form. Whether it is good or bad, I can really not truly say. Have anything at the boutique? No, not really. And I do still need to buy everything but the glass core batons. Like I said, I will do some grinding off screen for that, and maybe before the game, before the end of the game, if we haven't done that yet for some reason, we'll spend some time and grind out the necessary anima for that sort of thing, but I hope I'll just get that done for you guys off screen, and have that recorded in a posterity video or something. Kind of like I did with Lies of P if I felt I needed to grind for something. I gave you guys that posterity video, thumbnail included. You can find that on YouTube pretty easily if you're on my playlists. It's the one that has an entirely different video format and everything. Nice. Okay, so over there. And we kind of needed to go this way anyway. We'll see. We'll see. Nice. Nice. Great. Good. Awesome. I love failing at jumps and platforming. That totally doesn't make me self-conscious or anything. Okay, and it's just one big room with a giant, wrapping wall around it. So this isn't that difficult. You just come up here like so, and we're ready to go down the paths. And I'll prove that this is the only way we have to go, because if you look, here we are back at the Vestal again. We have to go this way. No choice. Ah, fire! This'll be fun! Frozen. Alright, let's take advantage of that. Alright, now that he's electrified. Alright, he's paralyzed. That wasn't too terribly difficult. He did hurt, but he wasn't terrible to fight.
Look, Chloe, you're alive.
Platoon. Ready. Fire. Fire at will. Senor. We can't stop them. They're upon us. Fixed bayonets. Fixed bayonets.
The fighting has stopped. It's over. Voyez? The Huntress Diana appeared to us. She's the one who saved you.
But the troops. Where are the troops?
You are the only survivor, Leclerc.
No. No. We were so close. But those machines... An entire battalion would have been unable to defeat them. We were forced to retreat. Chased into these tunnels by the automats.
Who captured you, monsieur?
There was some confusion in the fray, but Cagliostro was in charge. He was the one who ordered me to be shut up in that coffin. Then I was thrown into that awful place where I lost consciousness. After that, everything is a series of blurred visions with a voice that ordered me to kill again and again.
Tell me about this machine that guards the Bastille.
We were prepared to face an enemy, not an executioner. That thing, half butcher's block, half stocks, was designed to make heads roll.
Why did you launch this attack?
3 of our companions were held captive in the fortress. Our best agents.
Agents?
Spies, if you prefer. We, the supporters of the Duc d'Orléans, have always worked in the shadows, within the Queen's entourage, in the tribunes of the Estates General, among the patriots in the clubs, amidst the rank and file in the army.
We have had some success, you have to admit.
What machinations have you discovered?
Enough to make Monsieur Marat's ink flow and bring down our rivals. Necker's speculations, Lafayette's dishonorable behavior, Mirabeau's corruption, and many darker secrets.
Such as Lafayette's plot to rescue the Dauphin and his sister Charlotte.
How on earth do you know that?
She seems as well informed as we are.
Tell you the truth, know that I did not intend to harm them in any way. We wanted to take them to the Duke in Liège, where they would have been used as bargaining chips. One of our men was part of the entourage of the children's governess, Madame de Polignac. We knew that they were to secretly leave Versailles, and we knew where they were to meet the escort that would take them to Austria. I sent 4 of my men to watch the rendezvous point. When the time came when they tried to take the children, the automats were ready. By all appearances, the Lafayette and the Queen had been betrayed. I lost 3 of my men. Only 1 was able to escape and return to Montmartre. He was the one who brought me word of this unmitigated disaster. As for the children, the machine seized them and set off toward Versailles. There are some missing voice lines here. No doubt they've been reunited with their father.
Once again, the king has won.
That won't always be the case. But right now I have something urgent I must do. It was madness to attempt an attack on the Bastille.
You're wrong. I'm a military man. It was a bold maneuver, but it was a calculated risk. After all, that old fortress is a pile of stones with no buffers, curtain walls, or bastions. As for its garrison, our agents were certain. Only a handful of veterans should have been there. A single charge should have sufficed to disperse them. But the king made other arrangements. He increased the fortress's defenses and placed a swarm of automats at the service of a terrible machine.
Why did you...
Three of
agents?
spar within the...
Yep, yep, yep.
Enough neckers and men.
Tell me,
We were not that thing.
who captured you, Mr.
There was some confusion. Then I was after them with a voice.
It was mad.
You're wrong. After as for as the key
I intend to enter the Bastille and free Monsieur de Vaucanson.
For what possible reason, mon Dieu?
She claims that he's the only one who can stop the machines.
Indeed, it's possible. In that case, if you're ready to face the abomination that blocked my path and slaughtered my lieutenants, then don't waste a second. Let's not stay here much longer, Marat. Let's head back to our burrow. There's still some wine left in this part.
More than enough, Leclos. More than enough.
Wonderful. We'll drink to our broken dreams until this finally comes to an end.
Oi! No, 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 no. No, 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 my gentleman, you don't get away out of that easily. What the hell? Don't leave me in the dark. Holy hell in a handbasket. No. Oh my god. It begins. The pain and suffering does not end. Guess we go this way and hope we can get out of the quarry in time. Or not in time, but hope we can get out of the quarry some way. And get back toward a cannonball. Might have to take a carriage token back. Just leaving me. I didn't get the prop for a cannonball vent. That's so strange. I should have gotten one there. The game knew what quest I was on. Ah, stinks. Worse than intestinal chutney. Or, I'm sorry, chitlins. Oh, I guess chitlins and chutney are not the same thing. You can have a chutney made of intestines, but you can't have chitlins made of chutney. That doesn't work. Oh, hello.
Here you are at last. This is where the path to the Bastille begins. And to think, I would have never thought you'd make it this far. Cependant, I would advise you not to rush. The fighting in these tunnels has weakened the structure. If you go in there, I'm afraid you won't be able to turn back. Delors, I have just one bit of advice to give you. Before going any further, make sure you're not leaving behind any unfinished business. Any commitments that you've not fully met. I shall return to my hiding place. In these unsure times, you can never be too careful. Ne croyez-vous pas?
Okay. Yeah, you're right. I do want to make sure we don't leave any unfinished business. I want to make sure not missing important correspondence. Sorry. Let's see if I can't get... It'd be like over this way, wouldn't it? Will there be some shortcut? Well, here's some way to get past. Ooh, so there is. Good. I'm glad we've made this rather crucial discovery. No turning back, huh? Well, I guess we're gonna park it here while we take our second break. And when we return, we're gonna go get that gosh darn cannonball. Then we're gonna come back and figure out what the hell we should do with everything else. Because we got some quests to finish, and oh my goodness, is there not enough, well, I should say not enough time. There's plenty of that. For now. Mostly it's that we have a point of no return, but we have no way to satisfy certain quests without going past the point of no return, so... Anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. If you want to financially contribute in any other capacity, being here is always enough. But if you want to, like, drop a sub or something, drop some financial help, I do have plenty of avenues for that, both on Twitch in the description, or YouTube in the description, and in the panels on Twitch. Take your pick. And for those of you that are on Patreon/Coffee, you give me some time to work out the content, the exclusive content that you're supposed to have on there for a month anyway, and then YouTube gets it. If you want to pay $1 or $3 on there, you'll get your money's worth guaranteed. You just won't get the, lack of ads on Twitch. That's really about the only thing I can't guarantee with any of my other benefits packages, and it's really the sole reason one would be on Twitch in the first place, is for the ad reduction packages. Anyway, now will be a ad break. You guys know the spiel. 90 seconds of ads, 5-minute break on the clock. See you guys after the commercial break. Thank you again. Sorry about that. I'm back. I went and took off my tie, among other things, and that took me about 30 seconds. More than I was factoring to take it off. It's the drawback of tying fancy knots, is sometimes the fancy knot takes you a second to figure out how can I untie it without damaging the knot that I've just, or tied that I've tied into a knot. How do you do that? Well, needless to say, I hope everybody enjoyed, or at least got the ability to stretch and do the things they wanted to do during commercial break. So the only upgrades I see here are the ones where I can pump a stat of some kind. Yeah, I guess we're pumping stats. Okay. Let's get that cannonball. And then let's get out of here. This probably means we need to talk to Leclue in order to get the cannonball. Oh, we can just skip. I see what's going on. Neato burrito. Just get over here so that we're not easy attack targets. This should take us right back down to the bunker. Alright, Leclue, talk to me. Where's the cannonball? May I have a cannonball from your stores? And how about you, Marat?
Are you making progress, madame?
Yes, I'm working on it. Monsieur Laclos.
Can I help you, madame?
Tell me about your military career, good sir.
Do you plan to ever return to the army?
Well, regarding my career, neither my birth nor my wealth allowed me to rise above the rank of Capitaine en Second, and I can hardly hope for more. In the end, I believe that there are more effective ways to serve the nation and thwart its diabolical enemies.
How about dangerous liaisons?
The Queen read your novel, but the King banned it. What is it about?
My liaison dangereuse is about two libertine aristocrats who carry out a discreet war wherein they corrupt the innocent. The man loses his life, the woman loses her reputation. Between you and me, it is not entirely fictional. I was inspired by some of the vile acts that I had myself innocently and helplessly witnessed. I thought I was doing a service for morality by denouncing this depravity, but the king, in his sovereign folly, took it as an attack on the court. As for the queen, who knows? Perhaps this perverse banter was a way to distract her from her deadly boredom for a while.
Ah. So how about the explosive cannonballs, good sir, now that I've buttered you up a fair bit?
The representatives of the people are asking for your help, monsieur.
Who exactly are you talking about?
The patriots and representatives of the Third Estate who escaped the massacre.
I need names, madame.
Monsieur de Robespierre, Monsieur Lavoisier, the Marquis de Lafayette.
All these men have declared themselves enemies of the cause to which we have sworn allegiance to.
Is there any cause more important than saving the nation?
No, of course not. And what do these so-called defenders of the people want from me?
They believe they have found a way to neutralize the royal automats for good. And to do it, they beg you to give them one of the explosive cannonballs you invented.
Ma foi, if there is a way to stop these death machines, then I have a duty to assist them. But you must understand that I shall remain on my guard. When doing deals with the enemy, you must take precautions for when the game ends.
If that's how you feel, then by all means take steps to ensure your safety.
Let me think. Where are the representatives?
At the Couvent des Cordeliers.
Very well. Here's what we're going to do. I will go to the convent immediately and try to negotiate a truce. As for you, here is the key to a trunk in the next room. It contains a prototype of my cannonball, as well as the patents and pages that explain how to manufacture it. Bring all of this to me at the convent. However, do not give me anything unless I specifically request it. Is that clear?
Perfectly clear, monsieur. I will follow your instructions.
Better read that, because we'll lose it in a moment. Key to Monsieur Laclos' safe. This key was given by Monsieur Laclos. This key, comma, that's what it's missing, given by Monsieur Laclos, which you don't need for the sentence, opens a chest containing a prototype of a hollow cannonball. The representatives of the people gathered at the Cordelier convent are eager to put this invention to use for their common cause, overthrowing the clockwork tyrant. The outcome of the forthcoming negotiations with the Orléans faction will depend on it. Ah, and this is why it was locked. We've obtained a hollow cannonball. Now let's read it. This cannonball, designed by military engineer Pierre Cerdello de Laclos, is usually loaded with grape shot. It has the distinctive feature of detonating and releasing its contents on contact with the target. It is still being tested and has not yet been adopted by the Royal Army. Only a very small number of prototypes have been produced at the expense of its inventor. Oh, so Leclerc paid for the cannonballs himself, did he? Very well. Carriage token. Because this lets us get stuff done much faster. Yeah, let's go back to Luxembourg one more time. And we are still working with the Marquis over the safety of their kids, so we have at least that going on. I wonder what this truce is going to look like. I can't imagine it'll be anything but temporary. And even then, sometimes people don't let a truce stay for even that long. So how about these loading screens? This is the one thing other than like the optimization, when, you know, this kind of ties back into it. I'm not, you know, one thing I did over here in the process of looking up things about spiders is that they're also responsible for a separate series called Greedfall. And they're making a sequel for it called Greedfall 2. I heard they just had to scrap the entire combat system and do it over again. And Greedfall, the combat system really ain't all that different from this. The only difference is you change out what tools are being used. Really the big thing is like the story development. Like the story development is, although Greedfall suffers from what I call locked quest syndrome, where if you're often not given the point of no return for one quest or another, and you end up missing a step just because you advance too quickly. I do have Greedfall. I do own it along with the DLC, and I'd be more than happy to show that to you guys, but I'm definitely going to get a guide for that if I do. Alright, so let's return to this convent, where a cutscene will probably load in.
Madame, these gentlemen and I have come to an agreement.
That is good news.
We will resolve our differences when the time comes. The matter is settled.
You can count on it, Laclos. But despite your hostility and suspicion of treachery, I am and shall remain an enemy of the king. It is clear that we are fighting the same adversary.
Adversary? You are rather indulgent, Monsieur le Marquis. It seems that you are still fond of him, despite his heinous crimes.
Oh, de grâce.
Truly, the king is no more than a wild beast. And together, in large numbers, we will hunt him down.
Madame, please give the model and the engineering notes to Monsieur de Robespierre. However, you shall hold on to the patents. No one knows what the future may hold.
Let there be peace between you gentlemen, for there is still much work to be done. We believe we now have a way to destroy the lanterns. Without them, the machines will no longer be able to carry out their sinister task. But it is still just a strategy, which needs to be tested. And even a conclusive experiment will not guarantee our success. Where will we find a working cannon? How will we get more vitriol? How will we make more cannonballs? Please, I ask each of you to set to work without delay. Pour la nation, messieurs.
Pour la nation.
Pour la nation.
Pour la nation.
Ah, old fogies coming to an agreement after they just spit roasted Lafayette for his involvement in treason. Ah, music to my ears. Music. Alright, we need to talk to some fogies and figure out some quests.
Monsieur Lavoisier,
What can I do for you, Aegis?
the clues I found at the warehouse suggest that the gunpowder was moved to the Bastille.
Diable. You must find a way to get there and put an end to this threat.
Goodbye, Monsieur Lavoisier. Monsieur Bailly. Goodbye, Monsieur Bailly.
Can I help you, Aegis?
Goodbye, mon père.
This man is like the real MVP. This man is the one who should be leading everybody in the time of, in this dire hour. And he is, but he's more like a de facto leader than a real one, which is such a shame. Then again, I believe it was this man who ended up being either him or a successor of his, ended up being outwitted by a certain Napoleon Bonaparte, and the French Empire was born thusly. Alright, talk to me, Lafayette.
Monsieur le Marquis,
I'm listening, Aegis.
I spoke with Monsieur Marat and Monsieur Laclos.
Ah, the scoundrels. Did you force them to confess? Do you know what they did with the children?
They admitted to organizing the ambush at Gros Caillou.
Cursed recreants. Cowardly corrupters of innocence. Where are they holding their prisoners? They must be rescued immediately.
They do not have Charlotte and the Dauphin.
Excuse me? They dare to claim that?
It is the truth. The ambush was a catastrophe. The king had gotten wind of your plans. Automats from Versailles slaughtered the kidnappers and seized the children. By now, the children will have been reunited with their father. There is little doubt about that.
Mon Dieu. Then it is from the clutches of that tyrant in his own palace that they must be saved. I fear that such an undertaking is doomed to failure, although there is no question of giving up.
Goodbye, Monsieur le Marquis.
All right, that's yet another quest taken care of. Let's see. He made no secret. Let's see. Let me make sure I get this. Writers, cargo. Aegis went to find the outlawed journalist in the underground hideout in Montmartre. He admitted to having been told of the planned abduction, but refused to say anything more. He suggested that Aegis speak to Monsieur de Laclos, whom he indicated was the brains behind the plot. He made no secret of his involvement in the attack on the convoy. Back at the convent, Aegis informed the Marquis de Lafayette that the children had been taken back to their father. And then we essentially now need to go through and complete the game to get the kids. All right. And the Marat near the Bastille, and the temple where she lives in abject poverty. The Bastille, and that's it. Is that it? Is there anything else? Yeah, that's it. We just get to the temple. There's nothing else. Nothing else at all. Well, well, well. The plot thickens. We have no remaining baggage. And we can't really go to St. Cloud, excuse me, St. Cloud, until after we deal with the temple. Just like over there, way up north. Yet another loading screen. Do 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 do. I really want to be done with this loading screen. Do 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 do. Sorry, I had to do something to make fun of the long loading times. At the risk of saying that I wasn't going to get political again, at the risk of violating that, I'm going to take another, 2 minutes to just remind everyone, if you're a U.S. citizen, go vote. There's same-day registration if you've missed the early deadline. I missed it because I was dealing with Helene. I'm going to have to engage in same-day registration myself. Go vote. The fate of the United States of America depends on it. Or the U.S. I guess the America part would imply that it's in charge of the whole of 2 continents, and it's not. So, yeah. The United States depends on it. For good or ill, I guess. And please, don't listen to the folly that your votes don't matter. You know, even if it's a third-party candidate or whatever, of which I have voted for third party before, so I'm right there with you. At least get out and speak your mind. And do so on paper, where it'll be counted. Now, if there are cheaters after the fact, then I guess we as a nation get to deal with that. But that's step number 2. And many people have still not crossed step number 1, which is to vote. Vote. Please. Do it for yourself. Don't do it because I asked you to. Although if that's what you need, then so be it. Do it because you want some say in how the country is governed. And if it turns out our electoral college, in fact, did not give votes to the right person, that's another step number 2B that we'll have to cross later. Ah, these ones are flaming, are they? Flaming hot blasts of fire? Sure, I guess. I would like to rebuild our alchemical capsule supply just a little bit. Alright, so here we won't have any way to go back. This was the point of no return that John Paul Marat talked about.
Take one more step, there will be no turning back. This path will lead me straight to the Quartier du Temple.
The Paris Underground. I got headbutted. Great. Before we get to the temple, I'm of course definitely going to make sure we've knocked over all the debris that we can without trapping ourselves. Anything? Nope. Nope. Just drops down into the abyss with no way back. So, what's everyone's favorite mine shaft? What's everyone's favorite kind of mine? Gemstone mine? A quarry? Through here? No. Good. That means we can go this way without fear. Nice. I personally like gemstone mines myself, although I actually have been to like a curated gold mine, and I did do some gold panning in life, so that it is something I have done, but it's one of those, it's meaningless beyond a feather in my cap, you know, a nugget in my satchel, so to speak. Which I guess those are important things. It is important, but me personally, I like doing things that are more than just a feather in the hat. Like, I don't like that motivation for doing something. It's weak and makes people very non-committal to what they're doing. In case you haven't noticed, I'm not a person that likes... I'm not a fan of being non-committal. I get that's the human norm, but... Or at least it's the human norm in the modern era, but... Because people are naturally risk-averse creatures, and even more so in the modern era when they have rarely anything at all to trust, but... I'm just not that type of person. If I find a significant other out there, I will commit to them wholly, completely, because that's what real love, that's what love is supposed to be, is commitment. And having commitment issues on something like that is just nuts. Although I get it, and some people want to just have new experiences. That's why you're seeing, it's one of the reasons why you're seeing such an uptick in open relationships and lavender marriages these days, is people want new experiences. They don't want to be locked into dealing with one person every day on a deeper level for a long time. You need breaks from that person. Apparently. I get the reasoning. In lavender marriages, you have LGBT people who just realize the reality they're set with, and if they don't find someone with which to be married, you know, they might be persecuted in this world. People in lavender marriages are very, 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 very careful with the company they keep, for good reason. LGBT people have even less reasons to trust strangers. It's sad that it's that way, but that's the truth. And the LGBT dating scenes just kind of added an additional stressor to an already bad situation. Which leads me to a decision I've made in life, which is, if I have any more bad dealings with dating apps, no matter who I find on them, I will be moving to speed dating, where I can meet a real person and judge them, like, in person, and determine whether or not they are trustworthy. And if they're not, well, then I've made that determination in person, and that person and I can go about our business. Ah, the pit. Well, I think I'm pretty safe in not having to make dead drops into the pit. Now, what I don't know is whether or not I can dash where I was trying to dash to earlier and not, you know, not be at a point of no return already. Okay, no, I could pretty safely go down there. And in this world, I find that if you're married, you need to fight. You need to keep your spouse's love, hold on to it tight, do whatever you have to do within reason to hold on, to keep it close. Because it is not easy to find someone to know that intimately. It just isn't. For all the, and it doesn't matter LGBT or not. In the modern era, people do really have few reasons to trust one another. I hate to say it. At least easily trust one another. But no one really wants to go through the courtship necessary to do that. And people are busy thinking with their private parts of their emotions. No one's thinking with their heads. I shouldn't say nobody, and maybe I won't either, but I think it's easy to talk to someone online and people are just typing all the right things that person wants to see when they're talking to people. and you believe them, because human beings really can't tell the difference between truthful communication online and truthful communication in person. They're the same. It's only the extent of the deviousness online that it's only the extent of the deviousness between being in person and being online. People can get away with so much more online because it's, even though you have paper trails, the paper trail can start nice and early. It doesn't really matter. People aren't going to start collecting a paper trail until it's necessary. And only after it becomes necessary do people keep perpetual paper trails. Just look at all the cases out there of people who have survived sexual assault from people that they trusted pretty much implicitly. They now keep the digital receipts at all times for use in court or elsewhere. So we are now in the temple cellar. Oh, good lord, I'm sorry. It's not the game, it's me. I'm missing a burette. Let's go ahead and rest. Maybe we can unlock that. That's got to be a shortcut. Yeah, because we have to go that way. So naturally, we're gonna get that as a shortcut. Okay, I pick up what you're putting down, game. Hello, Sir Caesar Hand. Caesar Hands. I see you. I know what you be doing. Lurking in the halls, waiting for a young, fresh automat like myself to have a fanciful party with. Do you want to be my Edward Scissorhands? Do you? Well, you're going to need to best me in combat first. And I don't play fair. Let's begin. Not today, Edward. Not today. Is what I got to say about that. Okay, so what? We walk around, we went up here, got items down there, we had an item up there, right? Yep. Oh, we could dash over, could we? Well, let's see if we even have to go that way. I feel like there's a more clever way to get to that point. So much for a clever way to get there. Nah. Game's like, I'm too linear for this shit. I am too linear. Nah, 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 nah. Just a boring square. I wish I remember the lyrics, or I would start. It's really more like a chant and less like a song, but you can make a song out of it. It's really quite a cute mathematical chant too. Something to teach your kids. Basic shapes. Like regular basic shapes, but basic shapes nonetheless. Like elementary school kids. Not here. That's not where the shortcut's gonna be. It's up here. Nice. I did not want you to turn around, but whatever. Shortcut? Any shortcut? No. No shortcuts. Alright, game. Yeah, you really meant business when you said it was a point of no return, huh? Oh well. Oh! The Bastille! We've arrived at the Bastille. The Bastille. I wonder what we're gonna find here at the Bastille. I don't think it's not the final area. We have to, I know before the final area, we have one last visit to St. Cloud we need to make. Or St. Cloud. Excuse me. St. Cloud would be the French way of gliding the words together. Which I don't quite get. Why, like, on a philosophical level, why speak that way? I suppose, why speak the English way? But I'm asking an honest, earnest question. Like, I want to know. I would ask an Italian or, is it Esperanto? I think it's Esperanto. Or a Japanese person, why they say the things the way that they're said. And a lot of people today would probably say, I don't know. It's just the way the language is. Old fogies way before my time came up with the conventions. I just used them. Wow. With loading screens like these, who needs defenses? Am I right or am I right? Ugh. What a wild loading screen. I can't even fiddle with my phone. So, how's the weather? How are you guys doing? You guys hanging in there? Sure hope so. I hope it's been a good experience for everybody. I realize I haven't been the most entertaining, but I am kind of getting my debonair wit and charm back. Oh, noise. I hear noise. Good. You guys should be hearing it too. Unless the audio mixer is freaking out right now. The loading screen is frozen, so some things are clearly loaded. I just don't know if the Bastille is gonna let us in or not. Let me in, let me in. Oh, there was some audio popping there. Oh, we can't even turn back. The Bastille is, well... So we need to find the gunpowder and the other stuff.
There's no turning back. From now on, I will have to do without a carriage. The Bastille is to the south of the Temple.
Well, this was just like the beginning of the game, Aegis. No carriage. Had to, you know, use a boat. Yeah, this isn't too much different than the beginning. You just haven't had a need to do without the carriage in a while. Bastille is due south. But I don't, do I need to go that way? Locked. I think I will have to go that way. Sadness. Ah, it seems you're gonna find a mix of, nice. Right, I forgot these guys are resistant. I'm definitely not making it without instant healing. This is exactly why I chose the weapons that I chose, because if my frost is being resisted, I have not left to do but turn to my melee weapons. So... Nope. We're just going through a series of one-way entry points, huh? I guess that's not entirely true. We do have the staircases. No breakable containers. I feel like I'm kind of forced to go one way and one way only. Oh, hello. A message from High Command. From General de Villadue. Villadue. Okay, got it. To Captain Larocque. As I have not been informed of the incidents you report, I have no further instructions to give you. In the name of the king, I order you to keep your troops in the fortress of the temple, and I assure you that there is more to fear from the masses than from the mechanical battalions of His Majesty's army. So High Command had faith in the automats, did they? What I'm going to do is see if there is a way. It looks like you can get to it from the other path. Yeah, we're gonna have to get to it from the other side, boys and girls, and non-binary pals. Nope, can't bypass those. Only thing to do is just go this way. Down and around and... Oh, these ones are a different design, but I feel like they're the same enemy? Yeah, these things are resistant. Resistant to frost. Any other statues want to come out of the woodwork? Okay, so come down. Can't really go down that way. We can only go left. We're kind of funneled into specific directions here. Aha! This is their way back up, but we don't have need of it, really? So that was literally just for treasure. Nice. I might have better luck powering up my weapons like this. Okay, this is the shortcut to the beginning. Yeah, because what, the Vestal is up here? Yeah. Alright, we've made it. And what I don't know is what I don't know is how much of the Bastille do we need to go through before we end up getting railroaded by a boss. Oh, did we just take a shortcut? Might have. I don't know where I'm going. I want to take the long way. Might be more lucky to find the side quest targets that way. Hello, yes, I see you're up there. Yes, I know you're shooting at me. And I fear that I will have to go around the other way to get to you. Yep, so right through here, we can come back, so it is just come up this way, and we find you. Let's see, so here led us... Yeah, that was to that pointless item. So we can just go this way. Should start taking us to the optional stuff. I'm almost positive. Oh no! This way just takes us out of the Fountain Square. That is freezing cold breath for me to be frozen after like a single tick of it. Okay, this is the Bastille proper, which we have to go through. Alright, come on. Fulmination is also a very powerful status effect in this game. Don't underestimate it. Once you build it up, unless an enemy is fulmination resistant, then I guess don't bother, but I'm pretty sure you can unlock that. Yes. Nice. Fulmination also adds a moderate amount of stagger or stun buildup to the gauge, and so it's like a supremely powerful status once you know how to use it. Again, this is another reason why I like status builds in games when they're not just given an afterthought. Lies of P. Alright, so what do we have up here? Ah, this was the intended path to go that way. We just took the... Oh, we can get to it by falling down route. We'll finish exploring this courtyard and then we'll take a break. Alright. Well, let's see if we can get to the bottom of the Bastille in the next, I'd say 51 minutes. After they're counting for the break, of course. You guys know the spiel. Thank you again so much for hanging out with me. I will see you guys up to the end of this 5-minute commercial break. I'm back, ladies and gents. Hopefully everybody has enjoyed themselves so far. Let's make this a really strong 51 minutes, shall we? So, as a recap, we exposed Lafayette. We figured out the bottom of Mirabeau's correspondence, and we need to go see what his father is up to. And the only way to do that is to go talk to the mom and figure out what were the dad's final movements, because Bishop de la Fare will not cooperate. We have given over a cannonball to Robespierre. We were able to negotiate a truce. And now, our only way forward is to go through the Bastille. And we still have plenty of treasure to collect as well. I would say we're probably about 2/3 through this game. We had to have fought 5 bosses by now. Let's see. We had the one through each of the 3 main encampments. We had the... maybe we're 4 out of 7. Maybe we're a little bit less than a half, or a little bit less than 2/3. Yeah, I would say we've done a little bit less than 2/3 of the game's content. This isn't counting the DLC either, which has different content associated with it. Okay, so we still have the gunpowder, but we need to find the Countess. Can we go through any which way? Yeah, we can jump over. We have to jump over. So this is the Marais, or Marais. The Marais, excuse me. Which we were told to go to. I thought our forking points were going to be much earlier, but I guess not. Boutique. Boutique have anything? Yes. Boutique, in fact, does have some stuff. As well as more carriage tokens. We're going to go ahead and grab 4 of those. And all the remaining capsules. We want those. And we do have the orichalcum. We'll go ahead and grab that. What do we want to boost? I'm almost quite sure that answer should be the batons. And now we can swap back to those batons. We have 80 seconds worth of flame to use for this. We'll find more fire-resistant enemies, I think, but the game might throw us for a loop and introduce some more shock-resistant ones in a nice big clump. So I might want to make sure... It's good to have a weapon backup. Like, a tertiary weapon. I just don't know if we're going to get any more, orichalcum. I hope we get at least one more block of the stuff. So here's the canal. Can't go through. Grab that item. Problem is, we can't really go up either. And that's blocked. Huh, I'm not sure. Oh, I heard something. Of course I like my fans a bit more, seeing as how the batons have a power affinity as opposed to an agility affinity. So they do slightly less damage, but we can make do with relying on the alchemical boost. This guy is probably flame resistant. Not really flame resistant. Yeah, it mostly just pairs down to which element do I like more. And using the batons makes the capture card not bug out quite as much. So there's that. I'm still basically relegated to going toward the Bastille. Maybe now that we've gone inside the Marais, we can kind of unlock the necessary shortcuts from inside. Gotta hope, right? Down, down, down in a burning ring of fire. In a ring of fire. In a ring of fire. I watch all around as the city burns down around me. Doesn't take long before I'm met with some resistance. I explain to them that we're burning alive in the city, but they don't care, they just want my head. And so I'm forced to just play along. There's no escape in this burning ring of fire. Nice. All we can do is just keep marching forward to the Bastille. The Bastille. I bet some people are probably cringing in the comments, like, dude, just pick a pronunciation. Stick with it. I'm pulling an Alexandria is what I'm doing. So maybe, secretly what Alexandria is doing is just getting everybody to yell at him. Alright, let's get these guns. Same deal, we need to deal with you. I've noticed that sharp objects tend to rely on agility, and blunt ones tend to be power, although that is not always the case. You gotta pay attention to your stat scalings on weapons, but I found a nice generalization is the swords can be either or, but the blunt ones almost exclusively tend to be power, or related to power. I get up to it somehow. Kinda. It's jank, but it worked. Was that a shortcut? It is. I don't think so. You're not getting away that easily. We almost have the last module key we need to get all of the module slots up to 3. Won't that be exciting? No, it's not. See, even getting an upgrade at this point is not exciting. I would rather, you know, complete a quest or something. Shit. And I broke down. At least we have a shortcut. That's fine. It could have been worse. We could have not had the shortcut and then proceeded to have huge difficulties. Now, our death is, what, over here? Yeah, it's right there. No, actually it's one over. I take that back. And it's marked on the map anyway. You're on fire and you're freezing? Good luck, buddy. To the Marquis visitors, alerted by desperate cry, we citizens Armand and Palamon went to the aid of Madame de Covey, in her miserable hovel. After chasing off her attacker, we found the poor woman to be in an alarming state. We took her to safety in the adjoining courtyard, then sealed it off. Faced with the automat threat, it was with a heavy heart that we decided to leave the temple quarter. We implore you, whom Providence has brought here, not to abandon her. Now we need to find the Countess. Mirabow's depending on it. Okay. And there's another latch. Good. We sorely needed this. I'm not sure what... My joystick was definitely not pointed backward. Okay, this thing is the fire variant. Just all this carnage and debris everywhere. Here's hoping we get the Countess out of this before she burns to death. Which can't happen if I'm rubbing my eyes to get the sleep out of them. I will say the claws are also a little bit better at building up impact, which was a nice secondary thing we were doing. So I think I would definitely prefer to use my claws. But it's not the worst thing if I'm using these. Again, it's about having nice backups. Kind of have to go this way. We're not really given a choice here. Yeah, she's like over there, but I don't know how to get to her. Hold on, let me try going back. Surely I'm just not connecting some dots yet. Like, that's all this is, right? So I haven't connected the right dots yet. Or I just haven't jumped the right way. Yeah, I haven't jumped the correct direction. It's fine. teleport back here. Come back over. Nothing that way. Yeah, we're forced to come here. We're forced to jump down, or at least go this way. Yeah, we're forced to come over this way even. And kind of like jump down. Every time I want to go toward her, I end up getting further away. Like the game's like, you gotta keep going to the Bastille. You're not allowed to go anywhere else. Fine game, we'll play it your way. I can't really get around anything in this rubble anyway.
Mes compagnons, my dear friends, I don't deserve to outlive them.
Oh, the survivor's guilt.
What are you blaming yourself for, monsieur?
No! Get back! Assassin!
I'm not your enemy. My only aim is to defeat the royal army.
Why should I believe you? It's true that you can speak. Maybe you're truly not one of them.
Talk to me again.
Dites-moi, what is this chaos? What disaster has befallen the Place Royale?
That's where we, loyal patriots, had gathered. A band of brave souls armed with what paltry weapons we could find. A few old sabers, some rusty muskets. That's all we needed to stop the enemy's advance. Alas, the tyrant riposted from the heights of the Bastille. His cannons tore us to shreds. I could only flee while my comrades fell as heroes for our nation. What's the point of surviving if you must bend the knee to a bloodthirsty despot?
I agree. I am someone who is loath to tolerate a tyrant. I just haven't had the circumstance to test that yet.
Monsieur.
Leave me now. I'll soon join my comrades.
No, not yet. I need you to talk to me.
Leave me, I say. I already have one foot in the grave.
Nope. No quest, nothing. Just give up. Yeah. World's a shitty place, I gotta tell ya. World's a shitty place. There are few reasonable people left in it. I know that feeling. I used to be there. It feels like any one moment could have me returning back to that point. I used to be a nihilist, you know. And I think if I were to survive a traumatic incident like that, I probably would have been... I guess real nihilists don't believe that, but I wasn't a real nihilist back then. I didn't have a nuanced understanding of what nihilism was. So I don't want to besmirch good nihilists who do good work for their fellow human beings, even if they don't personally see value in it. But I was definitely... I contemplated... I didn't really care if I was alive. I don't know if it was necessarily that I opted for killing myself or whatever. I just... At the time I was a nihilist, I didn't place much value on my life. like I do now. So I know what nihilism is like on some personal level. I just don't know the nuanced perspectives of it. And then I found Christ. I haven't really turned back ever since. The most I could say is I've adapted my philosophy, not really so much the religious master in which I serve, merely the philosophy in which I follow it, which would make me many enemies among Christian circles given the time.
The Bastile's cannons destroyed the square. What a ghastly massacre. It seems that the artillerymen used Monsieur Leclos' devastating cannonballs.
Companions, the fatal hour has come. The tyrant's army has destroyed our ranks. There's no longer any doubt about its superiority. In the moment the last soldier falls, the death machines will turn their weapons on the unarmed innocents. We still have a chance. Let us gather our forces in Place Royale and march on the Bastille. We shall take the fortress. Let us offer an impregnable refuge to children, women, and the elderly. Let us raise the drawbridge and seize the artillery. This will allow us to defeat the mechanical horde. Marchands, marchons, la liberté à mort, la liberté ou la mort, ou la mort. Let us march, liberty or death. It's nice that they put the subscript there. I should have just read that, rather than butchering more French. I almost feel like that's what I'm paid for now. Butcher the language. I butcher English just fine. I don't need to add butcher of French, Italian, and Romanian to my arsenal. I probably should not. What about you guys? What language is not native to your own have you butchered recently? Maybe I will finally be able to get over to the Countess? Maybe if I go through there, but I still have to go around. Still gotta go through here first. Oh, that was close. Nice. There was a different one? Yeah, there sure was. Nice. Very nice. I probably would freeze in fear for like a solid 5 minutes if I were to actually stumble upon such a field for myself. Just thinking about how gravely horrible it is. I'm just forced to go to the Bastille, just trying to find it. Yep. I want to be careful. If I can avoid jumping into the obvious arena. Yeah, I'm not letting you back me into that. Sorry. I want to be free to deal with one threat at a time. Ah, it's one of you. Yeah, I'm not dealing with a big kahuna quite yet. Shoot. I fell into the sewers. Not yet. Not yet. Everything has its due place in time, but the sewers weren't it. Anyone else? Oh, hello. Oh, and I got hit by the shield anyway. Nice, I got parried from nearly being in the back. I guess I must have been still on the side. We have that guy over there. There don't appear to be other real paths to him. Okay, we can focus on one at a time then. Ooh, ballista ram. I'm a little bit too gung-ho in my attack combos. No orichalcum, though. That's gotta be a super late game item, then. Okay. So we still have not managed to find a route leading to the Countess. I'm gonna keep looking. But it is not looking good, ladies and gents. I fear I may have to go to the sewers, which is what I'm probably gonna have to do if I want to actually see her. The Countess. Any tipped over fence I could tip past? No. No, not really. Sewer time. Be careful. I don't want to stumble into an ambush here. ambush. Melted like wax. But so far, it's been entirely linear. Just incredibly linear. Okay, this might be where we can actually delve into the neighborhoods. If you'll notice, some paths have actually diverged a bit here. Alright, let's go find the Countess. Nope. Now I gotta trudge through those nasty sewers again. Awesome. Love that for me. Yay. Well, at least we've already killed everything in the sewers, so all we have to do is, let's go somewhere else. At least all we have to do is to return back to where we were. That just takes a few sprints. Well, two and some odd sprints to get there. And I jumped when I ran out of stamina, so of course I ran out. So again, actually yet again, we are forced to go to the Bastille and hope for the love of God that we can find a turning point to get away from the Bastille. Apparently that point is not yet to come. Nice. Spent capsules for no reward. We can go this way. Saint Antoine, maybe we could go this way. And maybe we can take some convoluted path to get back to where we started? Maybe? That's worth a gamble. Frick, the crank is over there. This is like the last chance. I'm pretty sure if I go to the Bastille, that's just, it's over. Is there somewhere else? No? Yeah, because if you look at the Bastille... Oh, well.
I will have to go through the moat to get into the Bastille.
There's no way. I've missed something. I've clearly missed something. There's no way over Rue Saint Antoine. Is there any chance I could, like, get up here? No, not really. I could get up on that rooftop, but then what? Nothing. I feel like I need to go around the moat. That'd be about the only thing I could think of, is like, we traverse through the moat in order to turn clockwise around the Bastille. Okay, let's try it. Got nothing to lose. And the Bastille appears to be drained of water. I was worried about falling in and drowning, but that doesn't appear to happen. Nope, can't go that way. Of course we can't go the obvious route. Why would we be able to? Nah, fam, we gotta take the long way around at all times. Warped beyond all comprehension. Nope. It's an invisible wall, ladies and gents. It's an invisible wall. Hate those. I don't like them at any rate. Wax paper, ladies and gents. And I know there's a... Yup, there is a guy. If I remain calm, I might be able to ignore the big guy for a second. Nice. These guys are frozen, so... Well, they are frost resistant is what I should say. Well, if you were trying to do this game hitless, I certainly failed right there. I failed a long time ago for something like that. Alright, now what was hiding behind this broken wall? Was it a portion of the sewers? Ah, it's a portion of the sewers. Go all this way to the Bastille and then finally have the means to unlock shortcuts. So let's see if I unlock this. Yep, that brings me back to where I had to circle around. Let's go here then. Here, get this item. Proceed to be unable to do anything except go through the passageway that brings me toward the Bastille. It's fine. In linear Souls-like titles, which is what this one is, that's a common tactic devs employ. It's like, oh, we just make the path serpentine and long and convoluted, and only when we feel that the player has spent sufficient time, yeah, we're gonna need to. Go ahead and freeze them. I really need to be better about not taking gigantic risks like that. Frozen. What? Stop. We just keep going in a gigantic circle. And hope for the love of God. Oh, I see you up there. Okay, so when we got frozen earlier by one of those breaths, we definitely took about 3 ticks worth of damage. It happened very fast. Bestie. Here's a latch we can unlock. Yeah, so, okay, we should be able... Actually, I don't know why I'm trying to predictively conclude anything. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. Nice. That's gonna be an instant heal right there. Gate is locked. Do I have to go through the Bastille? Really? Really? Come on now. Don't make me have to go through it. And then, don't make me go through it and then give me a very narrow window in which to react or lose the quest forever. Ah, that would be a spider staple, wouldn't it? Marvelous. Classic. Okay, so down. Pretty sure only path out is up. No. No, we had to go this way. Yes, we had to go this way. Locked, right? Mm-hmm. I love getting lost in sewers. How gauche. So what we broke through here. No, that just brings us back to the moat. Is there truly no other direction to go? Right, we had this section here. We had just one guy. And then we're back here. Yeah, so we actually are forced. Oh, there may be a different moat. There may be a different moat we can take. I'm not gonna hold my breath. We might have to just go into the Bastille, but it's been 4 hours. We're gonna boost up our engineering, and we're gonna call it good for this evening, ladies and gents. And I'm gonna figure out what I have to do to get into the Countess's good graces, so to speak. For those of you on YouTube, Au revoir. That's it. No more. You're good to go. Thank you guys so very much for hanging out with me on YouTube. As always, my name is Coinstamp. Stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves, my senators and inductees. And we will now move to the wrap-up. If you guys need any info, one last thing. It's in the description. Please check the descriptions. I edit those. Now, on to the wrap-up for Twitch. Figuring out the two people I want to shout you guys out to. That it? Only 5? Just 5 peeps, eh? Alright, 5 peeps it is. So, first up. This lovely lady has been in my Discord, and I've been meaning to check her out for a while. But please check out Miss Pookums. Pretty sure that's the name. Please check her out. She's doing some Valorant content right now. She's doing a lot of shooters. That's like a lot of FPS type games. So if you like FPSs, you'll like her. Go check her out. She works really hard. She's been in my Discord, like with her notifications being pushed pretty much every day, even during Helene. I managed to be able to get cell service long enough to spot those. So please check her out. She is grinding every day of the week. I could learn from her. As for the second... This guy just apparently returned from a mental health break. Please give it up for Mr. Lord Abraxos. They are playing some Fortnite. Games are games, people. Even if you have opinions on Fortnite, keep them to yourself. Nah, I'm kidding. You can share them here. Just don't go and trash it on Lord Abraxos' stream. That's not gonna go over very well for you. But Lord Abraxos works hard. He's been streaming and doing that grind a lot longer than I have. Go check him out. His streams are relaxed. I'm not sure what I could say other than that. Although it's Fortnite, so there's gonna be some hype in there. Because Fortnite is a hype game. People do hype things in chat, like spam emotes, and watch the high-octane gameplay, which, don't get me wrong, I think Steelrising has some high-octane moments, but it isn't an Elden Ring, and Elden Ring is certainly not Fortnite when it comes to hype. So, please go check out those two lovely people. One lad, one lass. Perfectly appropriate. Perfectly appropriate. I will be back on Wednesday, which is good for me because tomorrow is an election and I want to vote in that. So I'm going to make sure I vote in that. I may or may not put a PSA out there for the people in my Discord as well, because I've been pushing, you know, I've been pushing a couple times this stream, you know, hey, you know, if you want to have a say and you're a U.S. citizen, go vote in the election. That's the best way to let your government know, hey, you're doing things right, or no, we want different people in power. No matter what you think, no matter what your political inclination is, if you want, if please go vote. I will not judge you for voting. That's it. Stay safe. Take care of yourselves, my senators and inductees. My name is Coinstamp, if anyone didn't know. You guys know that all the algorithmic things to do, they're in the description, they're in the About Me section. Not gonna say more than that. With that, take care of yourselves. And goodbye.